Extraordinary talent. Remarkable ballet graceful. This is why we love the sport. 6, 7. Adam Midges, on a roll, finding their rhythm. Adam Midges showing power. Sensational. The fitness levels are phenomenal. Marathon stuff. Who will blink first? 7, 9. What warriors? What stamina? 8, 9. They're running on fumes. 9 all. They're both hurting. What a physical test. Phenomenal conditioning. Grueling exchange. 10, 9. Unreal perseverance. The exchange continues. 11, 9. They're covering every inch. Marathon stuff. Who will blink first? 12, 9. Grueling stuff. Both players refusing to yield. The point refuses to end. 15, 9. What lung capacity? 14, 9. That was epic. Both players exhausted but determined. The fitness battle. 15, 9. Adam Midges cannot miss. Straight points. Next match on court number 4, Shinijner versus Jake Todover. Love all. The court awaits. Zeetius and Jake Cotto are locked in. 1, no. Vortex spinning. Zeetius facing Jake Cotto. The shuttlecock is in play. Zeetius and Jake Cotto begin their duel. 2, no. Jake Cotto building nicely, with consecutive points. 1, 2. Spectacular play. Brilliant action. 3, 1. Jake Cotto pressing hard. 2, 3. Can anyone stop Jake Cotto now? Jake Cotto on fire. 3 all. Zeetius getting into a rhythm. 4, 3. Pure class from Chidijner. For all. Chidijner playing with confidence. The drive continues. Chidijner. 5, 4. The wave belongs to Chidijner. The drive from Chidijner. 6, 4. Jake Kato are stringing points together. 7, 4. Jake Kato are building nicely, with consecutive points. 5, 7. The energy is Jake Kato. 6, 7. Chidijner, on a little run here. Chidijner clicking into gear. 7 all. Nice sequence from Chidijner. Eight all. Chidijner seizing control of this set. Chidijner commanding now. Nine, 8. Jake Kato building nicely, with consecutive points. Jake Kato on a little run here. 9 all. Blazing form from Chidijner. The force multiplies. Chidijner. 10, 9. Nice sequence from Chidijner. Eleven, 9. Chidijner, on a little run here. 10, 11. Neither flinching. The intensity. You can feel it. 12, 10. Can't separate them. Extraordinary badminton. 13, 10. Nice sequence from Chidijner. Chidijner finding consistency now. Chidijner stringing points together. 14, 10. Chidijner, on a little run here. Consecutive points for Chidijner. 11, 14. Pure dominance. Chidijner. Push from Zeetius. 15, 11. Zeetius in full flow. Love all. Court is live. Zeetius versus Jake Kodover. The Warriors clash. Zeetius and Jake Kodover. 1. Love. Pure entertainment guaranteed. 2. Love. Jake Kodover clicking into gear. 3. Love. Jake Kodover building nicely, with consecutive points. 4. Love. Jake Kodover turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 5. Love. Points unanswered. Jake Kodover dominating. 1. 5. Jake Kodover setting the tone. 6. 1. Strong opening phase from Jake Kodover. Jake Kodover illuminating the court now. Jake Kodover launching fast, incredible. 7. 1. Nice sequence from Jake Kodover. Jake Kodover gathering steam. Jake Kodover building nicely, with consecutive points. Two, 8. Jake Kodover gathering steam. Nice sequence from Jake Kodover. 3, 8. Jake Kodover absolutely flying. Jake Kodover in control now. 9, 3. Full steam Jake Kodover. 4, 9. The force is Jake Kodover. Jake Kodover surging ahead. 5, 9. Shidajnair finding consistency now. Shidajnair stringing points together. 6, 9. Consecutive points for Shidajnair. 10, 6. Shidajnair finding form. The momentum has swung towards Shidajnair. 7, 10. The energy flows. Shidajnair. Shidajnair has found another gear. Eight, 10. Shidajnair, on a little run here. Shidajnair building nicely, with consecutive points. Consecutive points for Shidajnair. 11, 8. Momentum shift to Shidajnair. The momentum trail. Shidajnair. 9, 11. Pure flats from Shidajnair. Shidajnair seizing control of this set. Shidajnair in beast mode. 12, 9. The wave belongs to Shidajnair. 10, 12. Fantastic rally by rally action here. Trading blows. Nobody wants to blink first. 11, 12. Shidajnair springing points together. Shidajnair finding consistency now. 13, 11. The battle rages, on. Both showing, incredible, heart. 12, 13. What drama? Both players showing, incredible, nerve. 13 all. Shidajnair clicking into gear. Shidajnair building nicely, with consecutive points. 14, 13. Nice sequence from Shidajnair. 15, 13. Points unanswered. Shidajnair dominating. Shidajnair surging ahead, with straight points. Match, 1. Next match on court number 4. YONEX-CS versus Gautam Deepalat. love all. Honor at stake. Vinayak and CS and Gautam Deepalai go. 1. Love. Love all. 1. Love. The masterpiece begins. Vinayak and CS against Gautam Deepalai. 2. Love. Good run for Vinayak and CS. 3. Love. Unstoppable, run by Vinayak and CS, points. 4. Love. Unstoppable, run by Vinayak and CS, points. 1. 4. Early insurance. Vinayak and CS smart. Vinayak and CS getting the jump. 5. 1. Vinayak and CS launching fast, incredible. 2. 5. Early excellence. Vinayak and CS, brilliant. 6. 2. Vinayak and CS driving ahead hard. Vinayak and CS in command early, on. 7. 2. Vinayak and CS getting into a rhythm. 3. 7. Vinayak and CS sounding the alarm early. Vinayak and CS taking the early honors. 4. 7. Gautam Deepalai building nicely, with consecutive points. 5. 7. 6. 7. The warrior within. Gautam Deepalai. Gautam Deepalai rising up. The wave belongs to Gautam Deepalai. Gautam Deepalai in the groove. 10. 6. Good run for Vinayak and CS. 7. 10. Gautam Deepalai turning up the pressure. 11. 7. The surge from Vinayak and CS. 12. 7. Vinayak and CS getting into a rhythm. Vinayak and CS finding consistency now. 13. 7. Vinayak and CS clicking into gear. 8. 13. Vinayak and CS building momentum now. 9. 13. Gautam Deepalai clicking into gear. 14. 8. Masterful play. Championship level. Sensational, moments breathtaking. Pure instinct natural. The evenness rare. Remarkable character strong. Spectacular, show. Nine, 14. The energy infectious. 10, 14. Nice sequence from Adhel Jacob Joe, and 11. Nice sequence from Adhel Jacob Joe, and 15, 11. Adhel Jacob Joe, and game over. Brief timeout, players regrouping. Phenomenal, movement artistic. Pure theater dramatic. Your trajectory's perfect. Brilliant, harmony beautiful. One, love. Pure mobility dynamic. The pace blistering. Spectacular, parts assembled. Phenomenal, skills. 1 all. Pure calculation precise. The athleticism is incredible. 2, 1. The energy. 3, 1. Shivaranjan clicking into gear. 4, 1. Shivaranjan getting into the rhythm. Consecutive points for Shivaranjan. 5, 1. What a streak. Shivaranjan, with consecutive. Points unanswered. Shivaranjan dominating. 2, 5. Shivaranjan stretching the lead already. Early momentum, with Shivaranjan. 6, 2. Shivaranjan taking charge right away. 7, 2. Good run for Shivaranjan. 3, 7. Shiva setting up perfectly. Shivaranjan. Full steam Shivaranjan. Ten, 3. Shivaranjan gathering steam. Good run for Shivaranjan. Shivaranjan clicking into gear. 11, 3. Shivaranjan gathering steam. Shivaranjan on a little run here. 12, 3. Shivaranjan cannot be stopped. Straight. Outstanding run. Shivaranjan with straight points. That's in a row. Shivaranjan on fire. 4, 12. Shivaranjan in the groove. Shivaranjan building momentum now. 5, 12. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Adhel Jacob Joe, and. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, clicking into gear. 6, 12. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, gathering steam. 13, 6. Flow going to Adhel Jacob Joe, and. The tide has turned. Adhel Jacob Joe, and. In command. The search continues. Adhel Jacob Joe, and. Can anyone stop Adhel Jacob Joe, and, now. 8, 13. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, flicking into gear. 9, 13. Nice sequence from Adhel Jacob Joe, and. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, stringing points together. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, gathering steam. 10, 13. Outstanding run. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, with straight points. What a streak. Adhel Jacob Joe, and, with consecutive. 11, 13. Comeback brewing. Shivaranjan. 13. Shivaranjan coming alive. 14, 12. Thrilling exchange. Both fighting hard. What a tight contest. Every point matters now. 15, 12. Good run for Shivaranjan. Consecutive points for Shivaranjan. Shivaranjan, on a little run here. Shivaranjan gathering steam. Consecutive points for Shivaranjan. Game. Next match on court number 4, Jane Chris versus Adantarian Lahu. Love all. Jane Chris and Adantarian Lahu step onto the court, ready for action. 1. Love. First serve incoming. Jane Chris versus Adantarian Lahu. Brilliance expected. Jane Chris versus Adoncharian Lahua. 3. Love. 2. Love. Crowd erupts. Pure force devastating. The drive, unstoppable. Pure instinct natural. 3. Love. 2. Love. 3. 1. Adoncharian Lahua fully engaged. Adoncharian Lahua taking over. 4. 1. Nice sequence from Adoncharian Lahua. Adoncharian Lahua clicking into gear. 2. 4. The drive continues. Adoncharian Lahua. Crushing. Adoncharian Lahua. 5. 2. First gap. Adoncharian Lahua opening. Early precision. Adoncharian Lahua surgical. 6. 2. Adoncharian Lahua finding consistency now. Adoncharian Lahua gathering steam. 7. 2. Good run for Adoncharian Lahua. Adoncharian. Three, 8. That's in a row. Adoncharian Lahua, on fire. Adoncharian Lahua cannot be stopped, straight. Nine, 3. That's in a row. Adoncharian Lahua, on fire. What a streak. Adoncharian Lahua, with consecutive 4, 9. Adoncharian Lahua running away. 10, 4. Adoncharian Lahua, unstoppable, at the moment. The momentum is all, with Adoncharian Lahua. 5, 10. The tide has turned. Adoncharian Lahua in command. 6, 10. Jane Chris getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Jane Chris. 11, 6. Full throttle Jane Chris. Force Awakens. Jame Chris. Jame Chris building momentum now. 12-6. Consecutive points for Adantri and Lahu. Adantri and Lahu gathering steam. 7-12. Blazing form from Jame Chris. Jame Chris absolutely flying. Eight, 12. Good run for Jame Chris. Jame Chris stringing points together. Nine, 12. Jame Chris gathering steam. Jame Chris clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Jame Chris. 13-9. Jame Chris, unstoppable, at the moment. Pure momentum Jame Chris. 14-9. Adantri and Lahu, on a little run here. (15-9). Consecutive points for Adantri and Lahu. Love all. The Warriors clash. Jame Chris and Adantri and Lahu. The arena is electric. Jame Chris and Adantri and Lahu are ready. 1. Love. Jame Chris clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Jame Chris. 1-all. The flow seamless. Pure mobility dynamic. 2-1. Adantri and Lahu stringing points together. Adantri and Lahu building nicely, with consecutive points. 3-1. Adantri and Lahu stringing points together. Adantri and Lahu getting into a rhythm. 4-1. Adantri and Lahu cannot be stopped. Straight. Adantri and Lahu surging ahead, with straight points. 5-1. That's in a row. Adantri and Lahu, on fire. What a streak. Adantri and Lahu, with consecutive 6-1. Points without reply. Block. 7-1. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Adantari and Lahore. Points. Street points. This is points. Adantari and Lahu is unstoppable right now. String. Adantari and Lahu in Dreamland. Consecutive. 10-1. Points without reply. Loud. Adantari and Lahu is unstoppable right now. String. 11-1. Adantari and Lahu is unstoppable right now. String. What a run. Adantari and Lahu with consecutive winners. 12-1. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. In a row. Adantari and Lahu cannot miss. Straight points. 13-1. Points without reply. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. In a row. 14-1. 15-1. Unbelievable streak. Consecutive points for Adantari and Lahu. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. In a row. Ruthless display. Next match on court number 4, Leander Santosh versus Parvan K. above all. The Hurricane. Leander Santosh against Parvan K. Rackets raised. Leander Santosh versus Parvan K. The spectacle begins. Leander Santosh against Parvan K. The zenith approaches. Leander Santosh versus Parvan K. Big bang. Leander Santosh versus Parvan K. Explosive. The whirlwind. Leander Santosh versus Parvan K. Spark ignited. Leander Santosh facing Parvan K. First point up for grabs. Leander Santosh versus Parvan K. The test begins. Leander Santosh and Parvan K. The storm breaks. Leander Santosh and Parvan K. Loud. Tension rising. Leander Santosh and Parvan K. Here we go. 1. Love. Remarkable beginning. Leander Santosh facing Parvan K. 1 all. First serve ready. Leander Santosh and Parvan K. prepare. 2. 1. Outstanding display, brilliant. The technique. 2 all. Outstanding quality. 3, 2. Parvan K building nicely, with consecutive points. Parvan K gathering steam. 3 all. Full steam Parvan K. The force is Parvan K. 4, 3. Parvan K pressing hard. 5, 3. Parvan K stringing points together. 6, 3. Good run for Parvan K. 4, 6. Parvan K in command mode. The tempo belongs to Parvan K. Parvan K powering forward. 7, 4. Parvan K making their mark immediately. Parvan K breaking clear early. 5, 7. Parvan K running away. 6, 7. Leander Santosh gathering steam. 9, 6. Leander Santosh, 7, 9. Relentless from Leander Santosh. Leander Santosh dominant. 10, 7. The energy flows. Leander Santosh. 11, 7. Parvan K stringing points together. 12, 7. Good run for Parvan K. Parvan K clicking into gear. 13, 7. Parvan K surging ahead, with straight points. 14, 7. Parvan K surging ahead, with straight points. What a streak. Parvan K with consecutive. 8, 14. Parvan K lighting it up. 15, 8. The momentum has swung towards Parvan K. Parvan K lighting it up. Love all. The Warriors clash. Leander Santosh and Parvan K. 1. Love. Nice sequence from Leander Santosh. Leander Santosh getting into a rhythm. 1 all. Crowd appreciates. Pure dedication total. 2, 1. The surge continues. Leander Santosh. Energy shift. Leander Santosh. Leander Santosh has found another gear. 2 all. Full throttle Leander Santosh. 3, 2. Good run for Parvan K. Parvan K getting into a rhythm. 3 all. Parvan K dictating play. Parvan K in the zone, absolutely flying. 4, 3. Parvan K in overdrive. 4 all. Pure class from Parvan K. Parvan K has found another gear. 5, 4. Crushing it. Parvan K. Parvan K in the groove. Six, 4, 4. Parvan K clicking into gear. 7, 4. Parvan K gathering steam. Parvan. 5, 8. Outstanding run. Parvan K with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Parvan K, points. 9, 5. Parvan K turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Parvan K surging ahead, with straight points. 10, 5. Ruthless display from Parvan K, points without reply. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. 6, 10. Parvan K dominant. 7, 10. Consecutive points for Leander Santosh. 8, 10. Nice sequence from Leander Santosh. Consecutive points for Leander Santosh. 11, 8. Leander Santosh in command mode. Full power Leander Santosh. 12, 8. Parvan K gap brings 13, 8. Good run for Parvan K. 9, 13. The momentum is all, with Parvan K. 10, 13. Leander Santosh, on a little run here. Good run for Leander Santosh. 14, 10. Parvan K taking flight. 11, 14. Leander Santosh accelerating. 15, 11. Leander Santosh stepping up the intensity. The wave Next match on court number 4, Jespi Laren versus Ayam Jain. love all. The spotlight shines. Jess by Laren against Aoyam Jane. Battle cry sounded. Jess by Laren against Aoyam Jane. First serve ready. Jess by Laren and Aoyam Jane prepared. Infinity beckons. Jess by Laren facing Aoyam Jane. The altitude. Jess by Laren and Aoyam Jane hot. 1. Love. Destiny calls. Jess by Laren and Aoyam Jane answer. Challenge mode. Jess by Laren facing Aoyam Jane. 1-all. The challenge starts now. Jess by Laren against Aoyam Jane. 2-1. Jess by Laren building nicely, with consecutive points. 3-1. Jess by Laren clicking into gear. 4-1. Outstanding run. Jess by Laren, with straight points. 2-4. Jess by Laren asserting dominance. 5-2. Early aggression. Jess by Laren fearless. First strike to Jess by Laren. 3-5. Jess by Laren accelerating. Peak form Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren dictating play. The force of Jess by Laren. 4-5. Aoyam Jane gathering steam. 6-4. Aoyam Jane, unstoppable. Aoyam Jane in command mode. 5-6. Aoyam Jane dominant. 7-5. The momentum is all, with Aoyam Jane. Aoyam Jane, on a roll, finding their rhythm. 6-7. The force of Aoyam Jane. The surge is real. Aoyam Jane. 7. 8. Yam Jane building nicely. Yam Jane getting into a rhythm. 9. 7. The surge continues. Yam Jane. 10. 7. Jess by Laren building nicely, with consecutive points. 8. 10. Yam Jane looking confident and composed. Relentless from Yam Jane. 9. 10. Yam Jane building nicely, with consecutive points. Nice sequence from Yam Jane. 11. 9. The drive from Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren, on a mission. 12. 9. Good run for Jess by Laren. 13. 9. Nice sequence from Jess by Laren. 14. Jess by Laren stringing points together. 14. 9. That's in a row. Jess by Laren, on fire. 10. 14. Crushing it. Jess by Laren. 11. 14. Yam Jane finding consistency now. Yam Jane stringing points together. 12. 14. Consecutive points for Yam Jane. 15. 12. Yam Jane in cruise control. Full throttle Yam Jane. Love all. Venerated venue. Jess by Laren facing Yam Jane. The precipice reached. Jess by Laren and Yam Jane. Gigantic battle. Jess by Laren facing Yam Jane. 1. Love. Jess by Laren building nicely, with consecutive points. 1-all. The grit, phenomenal. 2-1. The Force Awakens. Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren showing power. 2 all. Jess by Laren in the zone, absolutely flying. 3. 2. Yam Jane getting into a rhythm. 3 all. Yam Jane pressing hard. Full steam Yam Jane. Full power Yam Jane. 4, 3. Good run for Jess by Laren. For all. Pure control from Yam Jane. Yam Jane, on fire. 5, 4. The force is Jess by Laren. 6, 4. Jess by Laren, on a little run here. 5, 6. Relentless from Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren, unstoppable, at the moment. 6 all. Consecutive points for Yam Jane. 7, 6. Yam Jane gathering steam. 7 all. Yam Jane taking charge of this match. Yam Jane absolutely flying. 8, 7. The energy flows. Yam Jane. Flow going to Yam Jane. Yam Jane pressing advantage. The wave crashes. Yam Jane. Yam Jane playing with confidence. Yam Jane, unstoppable, at the moment. Yam Jane, unstoppable. Nine, 8. Great momentum for Yam Jane, at this crucial stage. Gaining steam. Yam Jane. 10, 8. Yam Jane gathering steam. Good run for Aoyam Jane. 11, 8. Aoyam Jane, on a little run here. 9, 11. The momentum monster. Aoyam Jane. Aoyam Jane lighting it up. 12, 9. Aoyam Jane, on a roll, finding their rhythm. 10, 12. The determination is immense. 13, 10. The momentum has swung towards Aoyam Jane. Aoyam Jane asserting dominance. 11, 13. They're pushing each other. 14, 11. Aoyam Jane looking confident and composed. 15, 11. Good run for Aoyam Jane. Love all. Time for the players to regroup and strategize. Remarkable character strong. One, love. Nice sequence from Jess by Laren. Two, love. Good run for Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren gathering steam. 1, 2. The momentum builds. Jess by Laren. 2 all. Aoyam Jane building nicely, with consecutive points. Aoyam Jane clicking into gear. Aoyam Jane finding consistency. 3, 2. The momentum builds. Jess by Laren. 4, 2. Jess by Laren finding consistency now. Jess by Laren getting into a rhythm. 3, 4. The momentum monster. Aoyam Jane. 5, 3. Jess by Laren dominant. Total control. Jess by Laren. 4, 5. Jess by Laren pressing advantage. 5, all. And Jane getting into a rhythm. 6, 5. And Jane owning this. 6 all. And Jane seizing control of this set. Jane taking command. 7, 6. And Jane dominating the rallies now. 7 all. And Jane on the charge. The rhythm is, with Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren looking confident and composed. 10, 7. Consecutive points for Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren getting into a rhythm. 8, 10. The Force Awakens. Jess by Laren. Jess by Laren dictating play. 9, 10. And Jane gathering steam. And Jane clicking into gear. And Jane finding consistency now. 10 all. And Jane stringing points together. And Jane clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Jane. And Jane gathering steam. And Jane clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Ayam Jain. This is epic stuff. Both warriors refusing to back down. 11 all. Thrilling exchange. Both fighting hard. Electric atmosphere. Dead even. 12-11. The contest heats up. The battle intensifies. Gripping stuff. All level. They're locked in combat. 12 all. They're digging so deep. What heart? What lungs? 13, 12. Phenomenal conditioning. Extended combat. 13 all. Both digging so deep. Sensational badminton. So tight. 14-13. Good run for Ayam Jain. Ayam Jain getting into a rhythm. 14 all. Absolutely captivating. 15-14. They're inseparable. The scores refuse to separate. Can you believe this match? Absolutely riveting. So close. 15 all. Unbelievable. How long can they keep this up? Pure endurance test. The shuttle flies back and forth. Jess by Laren building nicely, with consecutive points. Jess by Laren gathering steam. Consecutive points for Jess by Laren. 16 all. Can't separate them. Extraordinary badminton. Incredible, competitive spirit. What resilience. The rally continues. They're running on fumes. decided. Critical. Match. 1. Next match on court number 4, Irene Jensen 9 and 16 versus Jewel Maria Joseph. Love all. The tipping point. Irene Jensen and versus Jewel Maria Joseph. 1. Love. The contest is live. Irene Jensen and versus Jewel Maria Joseph. 1 all. Critical mass. Irene Jensen and Jewel Maria Joseph now. Irene Jensen and Jewel Maria Joseph step onto the court, ready for action. 2, 1. The conditioning peak. 2 all. The crowd is loving this. Pure technique. 3, 2. Jewel Maria Joseph finding consistency now. 4, 2. Jewel Maria Joseph, on a little run here. Jewel Maria Joseph gathering steam. Jewel Maria Joseph, on a little run here. 3, 4. Jewel Maria Joseph pressing hard. 5, 3. Jewel Maria Joseph, unstoppable, at the moment. 6, 3. Jewel Maria Joseph getting into a rhythm. 7, 3. Jewel Maria Joseph, on a little run here. Jewel Maria Joseph gathering steam. 4, 7. Jewel Maria Joseph taking charge immediately. 5, 8. The wave belongs to Jewel Maria Joseph. Jewel Maria Joseph looking confident and composed. 6, 8. Jewel Maria Joseph finding form. 7, 8. Irene Jensen, and finding consistency now. 8 all. Irene Jensen, and getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Irene Jensen, and 9, 8. That's in a row. Irene Jensen, and on fire. 10, 8. Points unanswered. Irene Jensen, and dominating. Unstoppable, run by Irene Jensen, and points. 11, 8. Ruthless display from Irene Jensen, and points without reply. 9, 11. Irene Jensen, and asserting dominance. Irene Jensen, and stepping up the intensity. 12, 9. Crushing it. Irene Jensen, and Irene Jensen, and on fire. 10, 12. They're locked in combat. 13, 10. The momentum is all with Irene Jensen, and Irene Jensen, and showing power. Irene Jensen, and pulling ahead. 11, 13. What a turnaround. Irene Jensen, and, now in front. 14, 11. The monster. Irene Jensen, and. Irene Jensen, and, in command mode. 12, 14. The lead changes hands. What a contest. 15, 12. Monumental. Irene Jensen, and, against Jewel Maria Joseph. Warriors, on court. Irene Jensen, and, versus Jewel Maria Joseph. Threshold moment. Irene Jensen, and Jewel Maria Joseph. 1, love. Consecutive points for Irene Jensen, and 2, love. Irene Jensen, and, gathering scheme. 1, 2. Irene Jensen, and, playing, with confidence. 2 all. Jewel Maria Joseph finding consistency now. Jewel Maria Joseph gathering scheme. 3, 2. Irene Jensen, and, absolutely flying. Relentless from Irene Jensen, and, 3 all. 4, 3. Jewel Maria Joseph fully engaged. Low going to Jewel Maria Joseph. 4 all. Jewel Maria Joseph powering forward. 5, 4. Irene Jensen, and, really heating up. Peak form Irene Jensen, and. The surge is real. Irene Jensen, and. Five all. Can anyone stop Jewel Maria Joseph now? 6, 5. Great momentum for Irene Jensen, and, at this crucial stage. 6 all. The force multiplies. Jewel Maria Joseph. 7, 6. Irene Jensen, and, finding form. 7 all. Jewel Maria Joseph playing, with confidence. 8 all. Jewel Maria Joseph finding consistency now. Jewel Maria Joseph, on a little run here. 9, 8. Good run for Jewel Maria Joseph. 9 all. The drive continues. Jewel Maria Joseph. 10, 9. Jewel Maria Joseph in top gear. Ten all. The determination is immense. 11, 10. Too close to call. This could go either way. $11 all. They won't be separated. Point by point. This is magnificent. $12, 11. No separation. Incredible. Level pegging. This is edge of the seat stuff. 13, 11. Jewel Maria Joseph clicking into gear. 12, 13. These players are inseparable. Magnificent match. Point by point. This is magnificent. 14, 12. Gripping stuff. All level. Incredible, competitive spirit. 13, 14. What drama. Both players showing incredible nerve. 14 all. Good run for Irene Jensen, and Irene Jensen, and finding consistency now. Irene Jensen, and building nicely, with consecutive points. 15, 14. Irene Jensen, and on a little run here. Irene Jensen, and building nicely, with consecutive points. Irene Jensen, and finding consistency now. Good run for Irene Jensen, and 15 all. Neither giving an inch. Absolutely gripping. Heart-stopping action. 16, 15. The intensity never drops. Evenly poised. Fantastic. 17, 15. Irene Jensen, and getting into a rhythm. Irene Jensen, and building nicely, with match. Next match on court number 4, Ivany Yabi versus Ananyaje.
Love all. The stage is set. Ivany Yabi versus Ananyaje. 1. Love. Adrenaline pumping. Ivany Yabi and Ananyaje begin. 2. Love. Consecutive points for Ananyaje. Ananyaje clicking into gear. One, two. The intensity builds. The crowd is loving this. 3, 1. Pure control from Ananyaje. 4, 1. Ananyaje finding consistency now. 2, 4. The momentum builds. Ananyaje. 5, 2. Ananyaje driving ahead hard. Ananyaje generating force early. 6, 2. Nice sequence from Ananyaje. Ananyaje building nicely, with consecutive points. 7, 2. Nice sequence from Ananyaje. Ananyaje building nicely, with consecutive points. 3, 7. Confident start by Ananyaje. 4, 7. Good run for Ivany Yabi. Consecutive points for Ivany. Five, 8. Ananyaje in overdrive. The momentum has swung towards Ananyaje. 6, 8. Ananyaje rising up. 9, 6. Ivany Yabi taking over. Ivany Yabi pressing hard. 10, 6. Ananyaje stringing points together. 7, 10. Ananyaje rolling now. 8, 10. Nice sequence from Ivany Yabi. Ivany Yabi getting into a rhythm. 11, 8. The tempo belongs to Ananyaje. Ananyaje on the charge. 9, 11. Ivany Yabi in the zone, absolutely flying. 12, 9. The wave belongs to Ivany Yabi. Ivany Yabi on fire. 10, 12. Can you believe this match? Breathtaking exchanges. 11, 12. Consecutive points for Ivany Yabi. Ivan Ayabi clicking into gear. 13, 11. Both players refusing to yield. They're inseparable. 14, 11. Ananya J stringing points together. Ananya J finding consistency. 12, 14. What a spectacle. This is what sport is all about. 15, 12. Ananya J in command mode. Ananya J in overdrive. Pure class from Ananya J. Ananya J has found another gear. Ananya J asserting dominance. Ananya J on fire. Ananya J dictating play. One, love. Exceptional play. 2, love. The synergy powerful. Pure collaboration successful. 3, love. Ananya J getting into a rhythm. Ananya J clicking into gear. Good run for Ananya J. 4, love. 3, love. 1, 3. Ivan Ayabi building nicely, with consecutive points. 4, 1. Ananya J taking the honors. 5, 1. Ananya J gathering steam. Ananya J clicking into gear. 2, 5. Ananya J planting the flag early. 3, 5. Ivan Ayabi clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Ivan Ayabi. 6, 3. First message sent. Ananya J received. 4, 6. Relentless pressure. Ivan Ayabi. 7, 4. Early precision. Ananya J surgical. 5, 7. Ivan Ayabi taking over. Pure class from Ivan Ayabi. 6, 7. Ivan Yabi building nicely, with consecutive points. Ivan Yabi. The wave crashes. Ivan Yabi in control now. Can anyone stop Ivan Yabi now? 10-6. Ananyaje getting into a rhythm. Ananyaje on a little run here. 7-10. Ivan Yabi stepping up the intensity. 8-10. Ivan Yabi clicking into gear. 11-8. Ananyaje in overdrive. The force of Ananyaje. 12-8. Good run for Ananyaje. Nice sequence from Ananyaje. 13-8. Ananyaje getting into a rhythm. Ananyaje stringing points together. Ananyaje on a little run here. 14-8. What a streak. Ananyaje with consecutive. Unstoppable, run by Ananyaje, points. 15-8. Ananyaje surging ahead, with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Next match on court number 4, Devansh R versus Jude James Jinu. Love all. The volcano erupts. Devonshar against Jude James Jinu. 1. Love. The moment of truth. Devonshar versus Jude James Jinu. The test begins. Devonshar and Jude James Jinu. 1-all. Fourth action. Devonshar versus Jude James Jinu. Vortex spinning. Devangsh are facing Ju James Jinu. 2, 1. Edge of the seat action. Three, 1. Ju James Jinu building nicely, with consecutive points. Good run for Ju James Jinu. 4, 1. Ju James Jinu on a little run here. 5, 1. Ju James Jinu turning the tide, with consecutive winners. That's in a row. Ju James Jinu, on fire. 6, 1. That's in a row. Ju James Jinu, on fire. 2, 6. Ju James Jinu commanding respect immediately. Ju James Jinu bringing the heat early. 7, 2. Early venom. Ju James Jinu deadly. Early moment. Three, 8. Ju James Jinu finding consistency now. Good run for Ju James Jinu. Ju James Jinu, on a little run here. 9, 3. Good run for Ju James Jinu. Ju James Jinu getting into a rhythm. 4, 9. Gaining steam. Ju James Jinu. 10, 4. Flow going to Ju James Jinu. Ju James Jinu in the zone, absolutely flying. 11, 4. Ju James Jinu, on a little run here. 12, 4. Consecutive points for Ju James Jinu. 13, 4. Ju James Jinu cannot be stopped, straight. That's in a row. Ju James Jinu, on fire. 14, 4. Points unanswered. Ju James Jinu dominating. Ju James Jinu turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 15, 4. Points. love all. The wait is over. Devangshar and Jude James Jinu clash. The battle unfolds. Devangshar against Jude James Jinu. 1. Love. Pure entertainment. 2. Love. Jude James Jinu stringing points together. Jude James Jinu, on a little run here. 3. Love. Nice sequence from Jude James Jinu. 4. Love. Points unanswered. Jude James Jinu dominating. Jude James Jinu cannot be stopped. Straight. Outstanding run. Jude James Jinu with straight points. Jude James Jinu turning the tide with consecutive winners. 6. Love. Jude James Jinu is unstoppable right now. Straight. What a run. Jude James Jinu with consecutive winners. 7. Love. Jude James Jinu cannot miss. Straight points. Love. What a run. Jude James Jinu with consecutive winners. Ruthless display from Jude James Jinu, points without reply. 1. 9. Jude James Jinu fully engaged. 2. 9. Devangshar gathering steam. Devangshar clicking into gear. 10. 2. Jude James Jinu taking over completely. Jude James Jinu taking charge of this match. 3. 10. Devangshar has found another gear. 4. 10. Nice sequence from Devangshar. Good run for Devangshar. Nice sequence from Devangshar. 11. 4. Devangshar seizing control of this set. 12. 4. Jude James Jinu gathering steam. Jude James Jinu getting into a rhythm. 5. 12. Blazing form from Devangshar. Total control. Devangshar. 13. 5. Jude James Jinu stepping up the intensity. 14. 5. Jude James Jinno clicking into gear. 15. 5. Jude James Jinno getting into a rhythm. Jude James Jinno clicking into gear. Next match on court number 4, Yadunandan Arun versus Franklin Prasant. Love all. Explosion imminent. Yadunandan Arun versus Franklin Prasant. 1. Love. The theater opens. Yadunandan Arun and Franklin Prasant. Let's witness greatness. Yadunandan Arun and Franklin Prasant begin. 2. Love. Yadunandan Arun, on a little run here. Consecutive points for Yadunandan Arun. Yagunandan Arun clicking into gear. 3, 1. Both warriors refusing to back down. 11, 12. Yagunandan Arun, on a little run here. 12 all. Nice sequence from Yagunandan Arun. Good run for Yagunandan Arun. 13, 12. Trading blows. Nobody wants to blink first. 13 all. They won't be separated. Breathtaking exchanges. 14, 13. Yagunandan Arun building nicely, with consecutive points. 15, 13. Yagunandan Arun stringing points together. Good run for Yagunandan Arun. Yagunandan Arun getting into a rhythm. Yagunandan Arun stringing points together. Yagunandan Arun, on a little run here. Match 1. Next match on court number 4, Savi on Thomas 1, versus Arnav Avinash M. Love all. Threshold moment. Savion Thomas and Arnav Avinash M. The challenge accepted. Savion Thomas takes on Arnav Avinash M. Game time. Savion Thomas vs Arnav Avinash M. The anticipation ends. Savion Thomas and Arnav Avinash M start. The battle begins. Savion Thomas vs Arnav Avinash M. 1. Love. Summit reached. Savion Thomas vs Arnav Avinash M. 2. Love. Savion Thomas getting into a rhythm. 1, 2. Pure touch silky. Spectacular exchanges. Wow. 2 all. Good run for Arnav Avinash M. 3, 2. The push from Savion Thomas. 4, 2. Savion Thomas finding consistency now. Savion Thomas stringing points together. 5, 2. Nice sequence from Savion Thomas. Good run for Savion Thomas. 6, 2. Outstanding run. Savion Thomas, with straight points. 7, 2. Savion Thomas turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Unstoppable, run by Savion Thomas, points. Three, 8. The force of Savion Thomas. Savion Thomas dictating play. 9, 3. Savion Thomas rolling now. Savion Thomas taking over completely. 10, 3. Savion Thomas stringing points together. 4, 10. The search is real. Savion Thomas. 5, 10. Consecutive points for Arnav Avinash M. 11, 5. Savion Thomas in winning mode. Savion Thomas taking flight. 12, 5. Good run for Savion Thomas. Savion Thomas stringing points together. 13-5. Savion Thomas, on a little run here. 14-5. Savion Thomas cannot be stopped, straight. 15-5. Savion Thomas turning the tide, with consecutive win. Love all. We're underway. Savion Thomas and Arnav Avinash M. Here we go. Gigantic battle. Savion Thomas facing Arnav Avinash M. 1. Love. Savion Thomas gathering steam. One all. World-class quality. Remarkable character strong. 2-1. Good run for Arnav Avinash M. 2 all. Savion Thomas destroying. Savion Thomas dominating. 3-2. Savion Thomas stringing points together. Savion Thomas, on a little run here. 4-2. Savion Thomas building nicely, with consecutive points. 5-2. Points unanswered. Savion Thomas dominating. Outstanding run. Savion Thomas, with straight points. 3-5. Blazing form from Savion Thomas. 4-5. Arnav Avinash M gathering steam. Arnav Avinash M on a little run here. Six, 4. Savion Thomas in the zone, absolutely flying. Savion Thomas, on a roll, finding their rhythm. Savion Thomas pulling ahead. The energy flows. Savion Thomas. Savion Thomas lighting it up. The momentum monster. Savion Thomas. Savion Thomas commanding now. 7-4. Savion Thomas stringing points together. Nice sequence. Five, 8. Energy shift. Karunagappally M. Karunagappally M in control now. 9, 5. Zeetius Thomas, unstoppable. 10, 5. Consecutive points for Zeetius Thomas. Zeetius Thomas stringing points together. 11, 5. Zeetius Thomas clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Zeetius Thomas. 12, 5. Outstanding run. Zeetius Thomas, with straight points. 13, 5. Unstoppable, run by Zeetius Thomas, points. Outstanding run. Zeetius Thomas, with straight points. 6, 13. Zeetius Thomas building momentum now. (14, 6). Zeetius Thomas in winning mode. The drive continues. Zeetius Thomas. The surge is real. Zeetius Thomas. Gaining steam. Zeetius Thomas. 15, 6. Zeetius Thomas clicking into gear. Zeetius Thomas stringing match. Next match on court number 4, Zeetius versus Drish Anu. Battle lines drawn. Zeetius and Drish Anu. The proving ground. Zeetius against Drish Anu. What an opportunity. Zeetius faces Drish Anu today. The crowd buzzes. Zeetius against Drish Anu. The moment of truth. Zeetius versus Drish Anu. The wait is over. Zeetius and Drish Anu clash. First exchange coming. Zeetius facing Drish Anu. The players are ready. Zeetius and Drish Anu. Match underway. 1. Love. The crescendo. Zeetius versus Drish Anu. Wow. 1-all. Fabled encounter. Zeetius facing Drish Anu. The fuse lit. Sathwik Anu versus Drish Anu. Boom. 2, 1. Pure partnership bonded. The exchange productive. Three, 1. Drish Anu gathering steam. 2, 3. Flow going to Drish Anu. Pure momentum Drish Anu. 3 all. Good run for Sathwik Anu. Consecutive points for Sathwik Anu. 4, 3. The energy is Drish Anu. 5, 3. Consecutive points for Drish Anu. 4, 5. The push from Sathwik Anu. The drive continues. Sathwik Anu. Everything going Sathwik Anu's way right now. Total control. Sathwik Anu. 6, 4. Drish Anu powering forward. 7, 4. Drish Anu stringing points together. Drish Anu gathering steam. 5, 7. Drish Anu powering forward. Energy shift. Drish Anu. Nine, 5. Drish Anu taking flight. The drive from Drish Anu. 10, 5. Drish Anu stringing points together. 11, 5. Drish Anu, on a little run here. 6, 11. Full steam Drish Anu. 12, 6. Drish Anu running away. 13, 6. Drish Anu clicking into gear. 14. 6. Consecutive points for Drish Anu. Nice sequence from Drish Anu. Drish Anu building nicely, with consecutive points. Drish Anu gathering scheme. 7, 14. The momentum monster. Drish Anu. Drish Anu powering forward. (15, 7). Full power Drish Anu. Drish Anu, on fire. Love all. The theater opens. Zeetius Anu and Drish Anu. 1. Love. The feel exquisite. Outstanding footwork graceful. 2. Love. Drish Anu clicking into gear. Drish Anu stringing points together. 1, 2. Pure spirit unbreakable. Elite Badminton. Fantastic stamina endless. 2 all. Good run for Zeetius Anu. Zeetius Anu building nicely, with consecutive points. 3, 2. Zeetius Anu gathering steam. Nice sequence from Zeetius Anu. 4, 2. Outstanding run. Zeetius Anu, with straight points. Zeetius Anu surging ahead, with straight points. 5, 2. That's in a row. Zeetius Anu, on fire. Zeetius Anu surging ahead, with straight points. 6, 2. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Zeetius Anu. Zeetius Anu cannot miss. Straight points. 3, 6. First mover. Zeetius Anu decisive. First surge from Zeetius Anu. Sothwichanu setting the pace early. 4, 6. Good run for Drishanu. Drishanu getting into a rhythm. 5, 6. Drishanu building nicely, with consecutive points. 7, 5. The momentum has swung towards Drishanu. The surge from Drishanu. 6, 7. The energy is Drishanu. 7 all. Drishanu gathering steam. Drishanu stringing points together. 8, 7. Drishanu. Drishanu playing with confidence. Drishanu in the zone, absolutely flying. The tempo belongs to Drishanu. Nine, 7. Nice sequence from Sothwichanu. Sothwichanu, on a little run here. 8, 9. Peak form Drishanu. 9 all. Drishanu gathering steam. 10, 9. Momentum shift to Sothwichanu. Sothwichanu in cruise control. Sothwichanu, on the charge. 10 all. The crowd can't sit down. The battle continues. 11, 10. Drishanu, on a little run here. 11 all. Thrilling exchange. Both fighting hard. Magnificent sport. 12, 11. Sothwichanu getting into a rhythm. 13, 11. Sothwichanu finding consistency now. Nice sequence from Sothwichanu. 12, 13. The determination is immense. Level taking. This is edge of the seat stuff. pure adrenaline. 13 all. Drish Anup finding consistency now. Drish Anup building nicely, with consecutive points. Drish Anup finding consistency now. Good run for Drish Anup. 14-13. Drish Anup getting into a rhythm. 14 all. Phenomenal competition. The intensity. You can feel it. Neither player backing down. Thrilling stuff. Absolutely riveting. So close. Magnificent sport. Both players at their absolute best. 15-14. The fight goes on. 16-14. Drish Anup getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Drish Anup. Drish Anup clicking into gear. Game. Next match on court number 4, Bardak MK1 versus Raghurathish. Love all. The Frenzy. Bardock MK and Radharathish. 1. Love. First point up for grabs. Bardock MK versus Radharathish. The anticipation ends. Bardock MK and Radharathish start. The contest begins. Bardock MK taking on Radharathish. 1-all. The universe expands. Bardock MK and Radharathish. 2-1. Pure class. 2-all. Outstanding professionalism exemplary. 3-2. Bardock MK rolling now. Pure dominance. Bardock MK. 4-2. Bardock MK getting into a rhythm. Bardock MK gathering steam. 5-2. Consecutive points for Bardock MK. 6-2. Unstoppable, run by Bardock MK, points. Points unanswered. Bardock MK dominating. 7-2. Unstoppable, run by Bardock MK, points. Points unanswered. Bardock MK dominating. 3-7. Bardock MK gaining traction from start. Consecutive points for Bardock MK. 11-3. Bardock MK flipping into view. Bardock MK gathering speed. 4-11. Full up Bardock MK. Bardock MK taking over completely. 12-4. The energy flows. Bardock MK. 5-12. Full power Bardock MK. The wave belongs to Bardock MK. Relentless from Bardock MK. Bardock MK, unstoppable. 13-5. MK destroying. MK in control now. 15, 6. MK clicking into gear. Love all. Legends collide. MK and Rathish, incredible. Divine duel. MK and Rathish. 1. Love. MK stringing points together. MK on a little run here. 2. Love. Nice sequence from MK. MK getting into a rhythm. 3. Love. That's in a row. MK on fire. 4. Love. Points unanswered. MK dominating. What a streak. MK with consecutive. 5. Love. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. 1. 5. Early spark from MK. 6. 1. Aggressive opening from MK. First cushion. MK comfortable. 7. 1. MK getting into a rhythm. Nine. 1. MK building nicely. Consecutive points. Consecutive points for MK. 10. 1. Points unanswered. MK dominating. What a streak. MK with consecutive. 11. 1. Points unanswered. MK dominating. 12. 1. Unbelievable streak. Consecutive points for MK. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. Unbelievable streak. Consecutive points for MK. 13, 1. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. Bar.mk is, unstoppable, right now, straight. 14, 1. Bar.mk in dreamland. Consecutive. 15, 1. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Bar.mk. Bar.mk is, unstoppable, right now, match, 1. Next match on court number 4, Tunbi shoots 3, and 4, versus Bunny SR. love all. First serve ready. Tunbi Shuj, and Bunny S are prepared. 1, love. The Hurricane. Tunbi Shuj, and, against Bunny SR. 1 all. The contest awakens. Tunbi Shuj, and Bunny SR. 2, 1. Spectacular, presence demanding. 3, 1. Tunbi Shuj, and, springing points together. Tunbi Shuj, and, on a little run here. 4, 1. Tunbi Shuj, and, springing points together. Nice sequence from Tunbi Shuj, and 5, 1. Points unanswered. Tunbi Shuj, and, dominating. That's in a row. Tunbi Shuj, and, on fire. 2, 5. Early control established by Tunbi Shuj, and 6, 2. Early mastery. Tunbi Shuj, and, dominant. Tunbi Shuj, and, setting the standard early. 3, 6. Fast and furious start by Tunbi Shuj, and Tunbi Shuj, and dazzling early, spectacular. 4, 6. Good run for Bunny SR. 7, 4. What a start. Tunbi Shuj, and dominating early. Early separation. Tunbi Shuj, and pulling away. 8, 4. Good run for Tunbi Shuj, and nice sequence from Tunbi Shuj, and consecutive points for Tunbi Shuj, and Tunbi Shuj, and on a little run here. Tunbi Shuj, nine, 4. Tunbi Shuj, and stringing points together. Tunbi Shuj, and gathering steam. 10, 4. That's in a row. Tunbi Shuj, and on fire. 11, 4. Outstanding run. Tunbi Shuj, and with straight points. Unstoppable run by Tunbi Shuj, and points. 12, 4. Tunbi Shuj, and cannot miss. Straight points. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Tunbi Shuj, and 13, 4. Points without reply. Wow. 5, 13. Tunbi Shuj, and accelerating. Tunbi Shuj, and in overdrive. 14, 5. Tunbi Shuj, and finding form. The surge continues. Tunbi Shuj, and 6-14. The drive from Tunbi Shuj, and 15-6. Tunbi Shuj, and taking flight. Love all. The competition heats up. Tunbi Shuj, and the bunny S are ready. 1. Love. Tunbi Shuj, and clicking into gear. 1 all. Phenomenal, form peak. The artistry. 2, 1. Tunbi Shuj, and turning up the pressure. 2 all. Crushing it. Tunbi Shuj, and the push from Tunbi Shuj, and 3, 2. The fourth awakens. Tunbi Shuj, and Tunbi Shuj, and taking command. 4, 2. Good run for Tunbi Shuj, and 5, 2. Tunbi Shuj, and stringing points together. Nice sequence from Tunbi Shuj, and 3, 5. Tunbi Shuj, and taking command. 6, 3. Early momentum building. Tunbi Shuj, and strong. 7, 3. Good run for Tunbi Shuj, and Tunbi Shuj, and getting into a rhythm. 4, 7. Early insurance. Tunbi Shuj, and smart. 5, 7. Bunny S are building nicely, with consecutive points. The force of Tunbi Shuj, and The wave crashes. Tunbi Shuj. And 6, 9. Bunny S are turning up the pressure. The tempo belongs to Bunny SR. 10, 6. The energy flows. Bunny SR. 7, 10. The tide has turned. Bunny SR in command. 11, 7. The surge is real. Tunbi Shuj. And 12, 7. Nice sequence from Tunbi Shuj. And 13, 7. Good run for Tunbi Shuj. And 14, 7. Outstanding run. Tunbi Shuj. And with straight points. 15, 7. Tunbi Shuj. And turning the tide with consecutive winners. That's in a row. Tunbi Shuj. And on fire. Match 1. Next match on court number 4. S versus Dutch B. Love all. Magic awaits. Critic S facing Dutch B, let's go. 1. Love. Boundaries pushed. Critic S facing Dutch B, Lao. 2. Love. Critic S on a little run here. Three. Love. Good run for Riddick S. 1. 3. Riddick S asserting dominance. 2. 3. Dutch B gathering steam. Dutch B on a little run here. Good run for Dutch B. 3 all. Dutch B stringing points together. Four. 3. That's in a row. Dutch B on fire. Dutch B cannot be stopped. Straight. 4 all. Full throttle Dutch B. 5. 4. Critic S stringing points together. 5 all. Dutch B in beast mode. Wave after wave from Dutch B. 6. 5. Dutch B gathering steam. Dutch B clicking into gear. 6 all. The push from Riddick S. 7. 6. The surge is real. Dutch B. Dutch B, unstoppable, at the moment. Dutch B commanding now. Dutch B in overdrive. Eight, 6. Dutch B on a little run here. Good run for Dutch B. Dutch B clicking into gear. Dutch B building nicely, with consecutive points. Nine, 6. Consecutive points for Dutch B. Dutch B finding consistency now. 10, 6. That's in a row. Dutch B on fire. 11, 6. Dutch B cannot be stopped. Straight. Points unanswered. Dutch B dominating. 7, 11. Dutch B stepping up the intensity. 12, 7. The wave belongs to Dutch B. Dutch B running away. 13-7. Dutch B gathering speed. 14-7. Dutch B clicking into gear. Dutch B building nicely, with consecutive points. 8-14. Dutch B dominant. 15-8. Wave after wave from Dutch B. Love all. The rivalry ignites. YONEX versus Dutch B. The theater opens. YONEX and Dutch B. 1. Love. Crowd amazed. One all. Exceptional play. Magnificent. Scored. 2-1. The respect mutual. 3-1. Nice sequence from Dutch B. Four, 1. Dutch B clicking into gear. Dutch B gathering steam. 5-1. Points unanswered. Dutch B dominating. 2-5. Dutch B stretching the lead already. Six, 2. Early toast. Dutch B undeniable. Dutch B pulling away early. 7-2. Dutch B gathering steam. Nine, 2. Dutch B building nicely, with consecutive points. Dutch B stringing points together. Dutch B finding consistency now. 3-9. Dutch B searching ahead. 10-3. Pure dominance. Dutch B. 11-3. Consecutive points for Dutch B. Dutch B clicking into gear. 12-3. Dutch B on a little run here. 4-12. Full steam Dutch B. (13-4). Dutch B running away. Dutch B dominating. 5-15. The wave crashes. Dutch B. Dutch B showing power. 14-5. Dutch B taking charge of this match. Six, 14. Nick is taking over completely. Pure class from Riddick S. 7-14. Riddick S building nicely, with consecutive points. 15-7. Riddick S building momentum now. Riddick S on fire. Win. Next match on court number 4, Raylan BJ9 and 16 versus Harshavardhan Prasad. Next match on court number 4, Leander Santosh 3 and 4 versus Dev Krishna KP. love all. Peak performance time. Leander Santosh, and, facing Dev Krishna KP. Intensity incoming. Leander Santosh, and, versus Dev Krishna KP. The altitude. Leander Santosh, and Dev Krishna KP hot. Courage tested. Leander Santosh, and, facing Dev Krishna KP. Planetary collision. Leander Santosh, and Dev Krishna KP, boom. Mayhem incoming. Leander Santosh, and, versus Dev Krishna KP yes. 1, love. 2, love. Leander Santosh, and, on a little run here. Leander Santosh, and, finding consistency now. 3, love. Leander Santosh, and, clicking into gear. 4, love. Leander Santosh, and, surging ahead, with straight points. Leander Santosh, and, cannot be stopped, straight. Leander Santosh, and, turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 1, 4, 2, 4. Dev Krishna KP stringing points together. 5, 2. Leander Santosh, and, generating force early. Commanding start from Leander Santosh, and, 3, 5. Dev Krishna KP powering forward. The momentum is all, with Dev Krishna KP. 6, 3. First contact. Leander Santosh, and, explosive. Leander Santosh, and, bringing the fire early. 7, 3. Consecutive. Nine, 3. Leander Santosh, and, stringing points together. Leander Santosh, and, on a little run here. 4, 9. Crushing it. Leander Santosh, and, 5, 9. Good run for Dev Krishna KP. 10, 5. Leander Santosh, and, running away. Six, 10. The Force Awakens. Dev Krishna KP. Dev Krishna KP dominant. Dev Krishna KP stepping up the intensity. 11, 6. Dev Krishna KP on fire. 12, 6. Good run for Leander Santosh, and 7, 12. Leander Santosh, and seizing control of the set. 13, 7. Leander 14, 7. Nice sequence from Leander Santosh, and 8, 14. Crushing it. Leander Santosh, and 9, 14. Consecutive points for Dev Krishna KP. 10, 14. Dev Krishna KP on a little run here. Nice sequence from Dev Krishna KP. 15, 10. Dev Krishna KP pulling ahead. Dev Krishna KP in control now. Love all. Enormous energy. Leander Santosh, and Dev Krishna KP. And we're off. Leander Santosh, and against Dev Krishna KP. First blood awaits. Leander Santosh, and facing Dev Krishna KP. 1, love. Crowd engaged. Phenomenal, form peak. 1 all. The skill level. Two, 1. Good run for Leander Santosh, and Leander Santosh, and clicking into gear. 3, 1. Four, 1. What a streak. Leander Santosh, and with consecutive. 5, 1. Outstanding run. Leander Santosh, and with straight points. 6, 1. Leander Santosh, and cannot miss. Straight points. Ruthless display from Leander Santosh, and points without reply. 7, 1. Unbelievable streak. Consecutive points for Leander Santosh, and points. Nine. 1. Leander Santosh, and finding form. The wave belongs to Leander Santosh, and 3, 9. 10, 3. Everything going Leander Santosh, and S way right now. Leander Santosh, and unstoppable at the moment. 11, 3. Consecutive points for Leander Santosh, and 12, 3. Good run for Leander Santosh, and Leander Santosh, and stringing points together. 13, 3. That's in a row. Leander Santosh, and on fire. 4, 13. Leander Santosh, and pressing hard. 14, 4. Leander Santosh, and unstoppable. 15, 4. Consecutive points for Leander Santosh, and Leander Santosh, and gathering steam. Match 1. Next match on court number 4, Swara VH versus Nidavya Ajit. Love all. Champions me. Swara VH and Nivetyaji. Wow. 1. Love. Legends collide. Swara VH and Nivetyaji. Incredible. 2. Love. Nivetyaji gathering steam. Consecutive points for Nivetyaji. 3. Love. Nivetyaji flicking into gear. Consecutive points for Nivetyaji. 4. Love. Nivetyaji surging ahead, with straight points. 5. Love. Points unanswered. Nivetyaji dominated it. Nivetyaji surging ahead, with straight points. 6. Love. Nivetyaji is unstoppable right now, straight. 7. Love. Nivetyaji in dreamland. Consecutive. What a run. Nine. Love. Unbelievable streak. Consecutive points for Nivetyaji. Points without reply. Wow. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Nivetyaji. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. 11. Love. Nivetyaji in dreamland. Consecutive. Nivetyaji is unstoppable right now, straight. 11. The force of Nivetyaji. Nivetyaji pressing hard. Nivetyaji on the charge. 12. 1. Nivetyaji taking command. Crushing it. Nivetyaji. 13. 1. Nivetyaji gathering steam. 14. 1. Nivetyaji getting into a rhythm. Nivetyaji clicking into gear. 15. 1. Nets in a row. Nevetyaji. Love all. The stage explodes. Swerve VH against Nevetyaji. The showdown begins. Swerve VH against Nevetyaji. 1. Love. Pure endurance marathon. One all. The crowd loves it. The grip, phenomenal. 2, 1. Outstanding display, brilliant. Three, 1. Nevetyaji finding consistency now. Nevetyaji stringing points together. 4, 1. Good run for Nevetyaji. 5, 1. What a streak. Nevetyaji, with consecutive 2. Early momentum, with Nevetyaji. 3, 5. Swerve VH building nicely, with consecutive points. 6, 3. First push. Nevetyaji determined. 7, 3. Nice sequence from Nevetyaji. Nevetyaji getting into a rhythm. Nine, 3. Nevetyaji, on a little run here. Nevetyaji clicking into gear. 10, 3. Points unanswered. Nevetyaji dominating. Outstanding run. Nevetyaji, with straight points. 11, 3. Unstoppable, run by Nevetyaji, points. 12, 3. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. 13, 3. Unbelievable, streak, Consecutive points for Nivedyaji. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Nivedyaji. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. 14-3. Nivedyaji is unstoppable right now, straight. Points without reply. Wow. Four, 14. Nivedyaji, unstoppable. Nivedyaji in command mode. 15-4. Wave after wave from Nivedyaji. Game. Next match on court number 4, Jagat Lalji versus Agnay Arsumi. love all. Let the games begin. Jagat Lal Ji takes, on Agnay Arsumi. 1, love. The contest awakens. Jagat Lal Ji and Agnay Arsumi. 1 all. The altitude. Jagat Lal Ji and Agnay Arsumi ha. Battle ready. Jagat Lal Ji and Agnay Arsumi. 2, 1. Exceptional quality. 2 all. Spectacular, cooperation seamless. The tension building. 3, 2. Agnay Arsumi finding consistency now. Agnay Arsumi gathering steam. 4, 2. Nice sequence from Agnay Arsumi. 5, 2. Unstoppable, run by Agnay Arsumi. Points. Outstanding run. Agnay Arsumi, with straight points. 6, 2. Outstanding run. Agnay Arsumi, with straight points. 3, 6. Agnay Arsumi looking determined. Agnay Arsumi in control, right from the beginning. 7, 3. Fast and furious start by Agnay Arsumi. Agnay Arsumi. Nine, 3. Agnay Arsumi stringing points together. Agnay Arsumi, on fire. Full steam Agnay Arsumi. 5, 9. Jagat Lal Ji finding consistency now. 6, 9. Jagat Lal Ji stringing points together. Jagat Lal Ji getting into a rhythm. 7, 9. The fight back begins. Agnay Arsumi. 10, 7. Full power Jagat Lal Ji. 11, 7. Agnay Arsumi gathering steam. Agnay Arsumi clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Agnay Arsumi. Agnay Arsumi stringing points together. (12-7). Agnay Arsumi finding consistency now. Agnay Arsumi gathering steam. 8-12. Late sipping form from Agnay Arsumi. Agnay Arsumi, unstoppable. (13-8). Agnay Arsumi in the groove. The momentum monster. Agnay Arsumi. Agnay Arsumi building momentum now. 14-8. Consecutive points for Agnay Arsumi. Agnay Arsumi building nicely, with consecutive points. 15-8. Love all. Explosion imminent. Jagat Lal G versus Agnay Arsumi. The heavens. Jagat Lal G versus Agnay Arsumi divine. 1. Love. Nice sequence from Jagat Lal G. Consecutive points for Jagat Lal G. Jagat Lal G getting into a rhythm. 1-all. Outstanding display, brilliant. The poised elegant. The feel exquisite. Top athletes. 2-1. Agnay Arsumi getting into a rhythm. Three, 1. Agnay Arsumi finding consistency now. Good run for Agnay Arsumi. Two, 3. Agnay Arsumi in cruise control. Agnay Arsumi dominant. Full throttle Agnay Arsumi. 4-2. Can anyone stop Ognen Arsumik now? Ognen Arsumik in beast mode. 5, 2. Ognen Arsumik clicking into gear. Three, 5. Peak form Ognen Arsumik. The drive continues. Ognen Arsumik. 4, 5. Jagged Lao G on a little run here. Six, 4. Ognen Arsumik, on the charge. Ognen Arsumik dominating the rallies now. 5, 6. Jagged Lao G pressing advantage. 7, 5. Jagged Lao G pressing hard. The surge from Jagged Lao G. Full steam Jagged Lao G. Blazing form from Jagged Lao G. Peak form Jagged Lao G. 6, 7. The drive continues. Jagged Lao G. Pure control from Jagged Lao G. Seven, 8. Ognen Arsumik absolutely flying. Ognen Arsumik playing with confidence. 8 all. Jagged Lao G really heating up. The momentum monster. Jagged Lao G. 9, 8. Ognen Arsumik lighting it up. Ognen Arsumik has found another gear. 9 all. The momentum has swung towards Jagged Lao G. The momentum is all, with Jagged Lao G. 10, 9. Good run for Jagged Lao G. Jagged Lao G building nicely, with consecutive points. Fun for Jagged Lao G. 10, 11. This match is on a razor's edge. Level headed. This is edge of the seat stuff. 12, 10. Breathtaking exchanges. What drama? Both players joined. Incredible. Nerve. 13, 10. 14, 10. Consecutive points for Karunagappally. Karunagappally getting into a rhythm. Karunagappally gathering steam. Good run for Karunagappally. Karunagappally building nicely, with consecutive points. 15, 10. Karunagappally cannot be stopped. Straight. Next match on court number 4, Muhammad Mazin Mustafa versus Karunagappally. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa versus Ronak Abdulash. Tornado touches down. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa versus Ronak Abdulash. The shuttlecock is in play. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa and Ronak Abdulash begin their duel. History in the making. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa versus Ronak Abdulash. The rivalry burns. The arena roars. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa versus Ronak Abdulash. The extraordinary. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa versus Ronak Abdulash special. The wait is over. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa and Ronak Abdulash clash. 1. Love. The thrill begins. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa facing Ronak Abdulash. 1 all. Tension rising. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa and Ronak Abdulash, here we go. The limit tested. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa versus Ronak Abdulash. Preeminent players. Muhammad Mazin Mustafa facing Ronak Abdulash. 2. 1. Pure entertainment. Ronak Abdulash getting into a rhythm. Ronak Abdulash, on a little run here. Four, 1. Ronak Abdulash building nicely, with consecutive points. Ronak Abdulash finding consistency now. 2. 4. Ronak Abdulash surging ahead. 5. 2. Early dinner. Ronak Abdulash deadly. 6. 2. Consecutive points for Ronak Abdulash. Ronak Abdulash building nicely, with consecutive points. 3. 6. Ronak Abdulash showing strong form, early, on. 7. 3. Ronak Abdulash drawing first blood. Ronak Abdulash taking the initiative. Nine, 3. Ronak Abdulash building nicely, with consecutive points. Ronak Abdulash getting into a rhythm. 10, 3. Ronak Abdulash, on a little run here. 11, 3. Ronak Abdulash cannot be stopped, straight. 12, 3. Outstanding run. Karunagappally with straight points. 13, 3. Ruthless display from Karunagappally, points without reply. Karunagappally in Dreamland. Consecutive. 4, 13. Relentless pressure. Karunagappally. 5, 13. Consecutive points for Muhammad Mazen Mustafa. Muhammad Mazen Mustafa building nicely, with consecutive points. 14, 5. Relentless from Karunagappally. 6, 14. Muhammad Mazen Mustafa owning this. 15, 6. Muhammad Mazen Mustafa taking over completely. Mustafa rampaging. Muhammad Mazen Mustafa. Love all. Courage tested. Muhammad Mazen Mustafa facing Karunagappally. The Sovereign. Muhammad Mazen Mustafa against Karunagappally. 1. Love. Outstanding teamwork united. 2. Love. Karunagappally finding consistency now. Karunagappally on a little run here. 3. Love. Karunagappally getting into a rhythm. 4. Love. Karunagappally surging ahead, with straight points. 5. Love. That's in a row. Karunagappally on fire. 6. Love. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Karunagappally. 7. Love. Karunagappally cannot miss. Straight points. Ruthless display. One, 8 points. Street points. This is incredible. ruthless display from Karunagappally, points without reply. What a run! Karunagappally taking over. 9-2. Pure dominance. Karunagappally. 10-2. Karunagappally gathering steam. 3-10. Gaining steam. Karunagappally. Absolutely dominant. Karunagappally. 4-10. Muhammad Mazen must papa clicking into gear. Muhammad Mazen must papa on a little run here. 5-10. Muhammad Mazen must papa springing points together. 11-5. Muhammad Mazen must papa has found another gear. Muhammad Mazen must papa in winning mode. 12-5. Karunagappally on a little run here. Nice sequence from Karunagappally. 13-5. Six, 13. Karunagappally fully engaged. Pure momentum Karunagappally. The momentum has swung towards Karunagappally. 7-13. 14-7. Karunagappally dominating. Karunagappally rampaging. 15-7. Karunagappally gathering steam. Game. Next match on court number 4, Medabishnu Chand versus Bunny SR. Love all. Battle cry sounded. Medabishnu Chand against Bunny SR. Vortex spinning. Medabishnu Chand facing the Bunny SR. Let the games begin. Medabishnu Chand takes on the Bunny SR. The symphony starts. Medabishnu Chand versus Bunny SR. Fabled encounter. Medabishnu Chand facing the Bunny SR. 1. Love. Competition ignited. Medabishnu Chand versus Bunny SR. 2. Love. Bunny SR on a little run here. Bunny SR stringing points together. 3. Love. Consecutive points for Bunny SR. Bunny SR clicking into gear. 1, 3. Momentum shift to Bunny SR. 2, 3. Nice sequence from Vishnu Chan. 4, 2. The surge from Bunny SR. 5, 2. Four, 2. Vishnu Chan taking flight. 5, 2. First push. Bunny SR determined. Bunny SR dictating play from the start. 3, 5. Bunny SR finding form. 6, 3. Good start for Bunny SR here. 4, 6. Vishnu Chan playing with confidence. 5, 6. Good run for Vishnu Chan. Consecutive points for Vishnu Chan. 7, 5. Vishnu Chan in control now. Vishnu Chan surging ahead. 6, 7. The momentum builds. Vishnu Chan. 7 all. Vishnu Chan stringing points together. 8, 7. Good run for Vishnu Chan. Vishnu Chan building nicely, with consecutive points. Vishnu Chan getting into a rhythm. Vishnu Chan stringing points together. Vishnu Chan clicking into gear. Nine, 7. Vishnu Chan cannot be stopped. Straight. Vishnu Chan turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 10, 7. Vishnu Chan turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 11, 7. Vishnu Chan is unstoppable right now, straight. Points without reply. Wow. 12, 7. Vishnu Chan is unstoppable right now, straight. 13, 7. This exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Vishnu Chan. 8, 13. Vishnu Chan finding form. 9, 13. Bunny SR finding consistency now. 14, 9. Vishnu Chan dominating. The surge is real. Vishnu Chan. Wave after wave from Medavishnu-chan. 15, 9. Medavishnu-chan getting into a rhythm. Medavishnu-chan stringing points together. Medavishnu-chan clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Medavishnu-chan. Medavishnu love all. Stupendous start. Medavishnu-chan versus Bunny SR. Wow. The legacy begins. Medavishnu-chan and Bunny SR. 1. Love. Medavishnu-chan getting into a rhythm. 1 all. Thrilling badminton. Brilliant exchanges. 2, 1. The tempo belongs to Medavishnu-chan. 2 all. Medavishnu-chan pressing advantage. 3, 2. Medavishnu-chan pulling ahead. Medavishnu-chan dominating the rallies now. 3 all. Energy shift. Bunny SR. Bunny SR on a mission. 4, 3. The wave belongs to Medavishnu-chan. 5, 3. Good run for Medavishnu-chan. Medavishnu-chan finding consistency now. 6, 3. Medavishnu-chan clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Medavishnu-chan. 7, 3. Point is unanswered. Medavishnu-chan dominating. Medavishnu-chan surging ahead, with straight points. 4, 7. Aggressive opening from Medavishnu-chan. 5, 7. Good run for Bunny SR. Nice sequence from the Bunny SR. Six, 8. Good run for Bunny SR. Bunny S are getting into a rhythm. Nine, 6. The force of Bunny SR. Bunny SR in beast mode. Bunny SR building momentum now. 7, 9. Bunny SR lighting it up. The energy flows. Bunny SR. The momentum train. Bunny SR. 8, 9. Bunny SR building nicely, with consecutive points. 9 all. Bunny SR clicking into gear. Bunny SR building nicely, with consecutive points. 10, 9. Bunny SR turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Bunny SR cannot be stopped, straight. 10 all. Neck and neck. The tension is palpable. 11, 10. Medavishnu-chan springing points together. 11 all. They're going through together. What a battle. 12, 11. Pure competitive fire. This is incredibly close. Both players refusing to give an inch. 13, 11. Medavishnu-chan building nicely, with consecutive points. Medavishnu-chan, on a little run here. 14, 11. Consecutive points for Medavishnu-chan. Medavishnu-chan, on a little run here. 15, 11. Medavishnu-chan cannot be stopped, straight. That's in a row. Medavishnu-chan, on fire, match. Next match on court number 4, Tonika Arvind versus Daksha Viraj. Love all. The moment of truth. Tonika Arvind versus Daksha Viraj. 1. Love. Tension rising. Tonika Arvind and Daksha Viraj, here we go. 2. Love. Daksha Viraj finding consistency now. 1, 2. Phenomenal, play. 3, 1. The wave belongs to Daksha Viraj. 2, 3. Daksha Viraj, unstoppable. Daksha Viraj absolutely flying. 3 all. 9 Nice sequence from Tonica Arvind. Good run for Tonica Arvind. 4-3. Consecutive points for Tonica Arvind. 4-all. Tonica Arvind in control now. 5-4. Daksha Rage finding consistency now. 5-all. Tonica Arvind on a mission. 6-5. Tonica Arvind building nicely, with consecutive points. Tonica Arvind finding consistency now. 7-5. Consecutive points for Tonica Arvind. 6-7. Tonica Arvind dominant. Tonica Arvind turning up the pressure. 7-all. Daksha Rage finding consistency now. All. Daksha Rage getting into a rhythm. Daksha Rage gathering steam. Nine, 8. Unstoppable, run by Daksha Rage. Points. 9-all. Momentum shift to Daksha Rage. Gaining speed. Daksha Rage. 11. 10. 9. Daksha Rage taking over completely. 10-all. Tonica Arvind getting into a rhythm. 11, 10. Tonica Arvind springing points together. Tonica Arvind building nicely, with consecutive points. 11-all. This is championship quality. 12, 11. What a dogfight. Trading blows. Nobody wants to blink first. 12-all. Pure competition. magnificent, sport. 13, 12. The intensity is phenomenal. 13 all. The margin is razor thin. 14, 13. Absolutely captivating. 15, 13. Tonica Arvind getting into a rhythm. Love all. Threshold moment. Tonica Arvind and Duksha Viraj. Champions collide. Tonica Arvind and Duksha Viraj begin. The action starts now. Tonica Arvind against Duksha Viraj. 1. Love. Fantastic consistency, reliable. The energy. 1 all. Pure dedication total. 2, 1. High quality badminton. 3, 1. Duksha Viraj getting into a rhythm. 2, 3. Duksha Viraj in command mode. Pure momentum, Duksha Viraj. 3 all. Tonica Arvind stringing points together. Tonica Arvind finding consistency now. 4, 3. Duksha Viraj looking confident and composed. 4 all. Tonica Arvind taking charge of this match. The momentum builds. Tonica Arvind. 5, 4. The surge is real. Tonica Arvind. 5. Pure dominance. Tonica Arvind. 6, 5. Good run for Tonica Arvind. Tonica Arvind flicking into gear. 6 all. The surge from Tonica Arvind. Pure control from Tonica Arvind. 7, 6. Tonica Arvind dominating. 7 all. Tonica Arvind pulling ahead. 8, 7. Good button for Dutch of Rage. Nice sequence from Dutch of Rage. Dutch of Rage springing points together. Good run for Dutch of Rage. Dutch of Rage gathering steam. With momentum train. Dutch of Rage in top gear. 9, 8. The force is Dutch of Rage. Dutch of Rage owning this. 10, 8. Good run for Dutch of Rage. Dutch of Rage springing points together. Dutch of Rage gathering steam. Dutch of Rage finding consistency now. Good run for Dutch of Rage. 11, 8. Dutch of Rage building nicely, with consecutive points. Dutch of Rage getting into a rhythm. 11. Dutch of Rage in command mode. 10, 11. Tonica Urban getting into a rhythm. 12, 10. The intensity never drops. Incredible drama. Neither player giving up. 13, 10. Dutch of Rage finding consistency now. 14, 10. Dutch of Rage getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Dutch of Rage. 11, 14. The surge is real. Dutch of Rage. The tempo belongs to Dutch of Rage. Dutch of Rage running away. Dutch of Rage taking over. 15, 11. Dutch of Rage destroying. Love all. Short break time to think and plan. Fantastic communication clear. 1. Love. Tonica Arvind getting into a rhythm. Tonica Arvind stringing points together. 2. Love. Consecutive points for Tonica Arvind. 3. Love. Points unanswered. Tonica Arvind dominating. Tonica Arvind surging ahead, with straight points. 1, 3. Tonica Arvind taking over completely. 4, 1. Explosive start by Tonica Arvind. Tonica Arvind turning up the heat now. 2, 4. Total control. Tonica Arvind. 3, 4. Daksha Viraj finding consistency now. 5, 3. Daksha Viraj in top gear. 6, 3. Tonica Arvind getting into a rhythm. Tonica Arvind finding consistency now. 7, 3. Tonica Arvind clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Tonica Arvind. 4, 7. Tonica Arvind showing strong form, early, on. Tonica Arvind assuming control from start. 5, 7. Daksha Viraj gathering steam. Tonica Arvind taking over. The surge is real. Tonica Arvind. 10, 5. Tonica Arvind building nicely, with consecutive points. 6, 10. Daksha Viraj lighting it up. 11, 6. Tonica Arvind showing power. Tonica Arvind rampaging. 7, 11. Everything going Tonica Arvind's way right now. Tonica Arvind fully engaged. 8, 11. Daksha V Rage getting into a rhythm. 9, 11. Consecutive points for Daksha V Rage. 10, 11. Daksha V Rage battling. 11 all. Daksha V Rage cannot be stopped. Straight. Unstoppable, run by Daksha V Rage. Points. 12, 11. They match each other perfectly. 13, 11. Good run for Tonica Arvind. 12, 13. Scores stay tied. Neither backing away. 13 all. Good run for Daksha V Rage. 14, 13. Magnificent sport. They're inseparable. 15, 13. Nice sequence from Tonica Arvind. Tonica Arvind clicking into gear. Match 1. Next match on board number 4. High on Vizak, Nicker 3 and 4 versus Abel George Chijug. Excellence demanded. Tyon Bizak Nair, and, versus Abel George Chijuk. 1. Love. The epic unfolds. Tyon Bizak Nair, and, versus Abel George Chijuk. 2. Love. Tyon Bizak Nair, and, clicking into gear. 3. Love. Nice sequence from Tyon Bizak Nair, and 4. Love. Tyon Bizak Nair, and turning the tide with consecutive winners. 5. Love. Tyon Bizak Nair, and cannot be stopped. Straight. 6. Love. What a run. Tyon Bizak Nair, and with consecutive winners. 7. Love. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. Tyon Bizak Nair, and dictating play. 9. 1. Tyon Bizak Nair, and in control now. Tyon Bizak Nair, and looking confident and prepared. 2. 9. Tyon Bizak Nair, and accelerating. 10. 2. The wave crashes. Tyon Bizak Nair, and 3. 10. Abel George Chiju in the zone, absolutely flying. 11. 3. Tyon Bizak Nair, and dominating the rallies map. 12. 3. Tyon Bizak Nair, and stringing points together. Good run for Tyon Bizak Nair, and 4. 12. 13. 4. Tyon Bizak Nair, and on a mission. Great momentum for Tyon Bizak Nair, and at this crucial stage. 14. 4. Tyon Bizak Nair, and stringing points together. Tyon Bizak Nair, and gathering speed. Tyon Bizak Nair, and faces Abel George Chiju in this exciting contest. The maelstrom. Tyon Bizak Nair, and Abel George Chiju, incredible. 1. Love. Tyon Bizak Nair, and clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Tyon Bizak Nair, and 2. Love. high on Bizak Nair, and getting into a rhythm. 1, 2. The rhythm is, with high on Bizak Nair, and high on Bizak Nair, and running away. 2-all. Good run for Abel George Chijir. 3, 2. High on Bizak Nair, and lighting it up. 4, 2. Nice sequence from high on Bizak Nair, and 5, 2. High on Bizak Nair, and getting into a rhythm. 6, 2. Points unanswered. High on Bizak Nair, and dominating. 3, 6. High on Bizak Nair, and comes out firing. 7, 3. High on Bizak Nair, and generating force early. High on Bizak Nair, and applying early pressure. Early demolition. High on Bizak. Nine, 4. The force multiplies. High on Bizak Nair, and high on Bizak Nair, and stepping up the intensity. 5, 9. The drive from Abel George to the check. 5, 10. High on Bizak Nair, and looking confident and composed. 11, 5. Good run for high on Bizak Nair, and nice sequence from high on Bizak Nair, and 12, 5. High on Bizak Nair, and gathering steam. High on Bizak Nair, and finding consistency now. 13, 5. 14, 5. Unstoppable, run by high on Bizak Nair, and points. 6, 14. High on Bizak Nair, and looking confident and composed. 15, 6. High on Bizak Nair, and showing power. High on Bizak Nair, and match. Next match on court number 4, Dia Kamal versus Avia NS. Let's witness greatness. Dia Kamal and Avia MS begin. The battle begins. Dia Kamal versus Avia MS. The masterpiece begins. Dia Kamal against Avia MS. The Eternal. Dia Kamal versus Avia MS Timeless. Rackets raised. Dia Kamal versus Avia MS. Colossal Flash. Dia Kamal versus Avia MS View. The contest awakens. Dia Kamal and Avia MS. Let the games begin. Dia Kamal takes on Avia MS. Tornado touches down. Dia Kamal versus Avyat MS. The Hurricane. Dia Kamal against Avyat MS. The Story. Dia Kamal versus Avyat MS, amazing. 1. Love. Superb showdown. Dia Kamal facing Avyat MS. 1-all. The Tremendous. Dia Kamal against Avyat MS. Excitement building. Dia Kamal facing Avyat MS. The Cauldron Bubbles. Dia Kamal against Avyat MS. Tension rising. Dia Kamal and Avyat MS, here we go. What a matchup. Dia Kamal and Avyat MS, let's go. 2, 1. The coordination flawless. 2-all. The agility pet-like. Outstanding IQ hot. 3, 2. Dia Kamal stringing points together. Dia Kamal getting into a rhythm. 4, 2. Dia Kamal, on a little run here. Dia Kamal clicking into gear. 3, 4. The surge continues. Dia Kamal. Dia Kamal in beast mode. 5, 3. Full power Dia Kamal. 4, 5. The wave crashes. Dia Kamal. Dia Kamal lighting it up. Tickets. 4. Blazing form from Dia Kamal. 5, 6, 6, 4. Dia Kamal taking flight. 7, 4. Dia Kamal. Nine, 4. Dia Kamal clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Dia Kamal. 10, 4. Dia Kamal surging ahead, with straight points. What a streak. Dia Kamal, with consecutive 11, 4 points unanswered. Dia Kamal dominating. Dia Kamal turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 12, 4. Ruthless display from Dia Kamal, points without reply. Dia Kamal cannot miss. Straight points. 5, 12. Dia Kamal in winning mode. Dia Kamal, on the charge. 13, 5. The surge continues. Dia Kamal. The surge is real. Dia Kamal. 6, 13. The force multiplies. Dia Kamal. Dia Kamal pulling ahead. 6. Great momentum for Dia Kamal, at this crucial stage. 15, 6. Dia Kamal stringing points together. Dia Kamal getting into a rhythm. Dia Kamal, on a little run here. Dia Kamal stringing points together. Nice sequence from Dia Kamal. Love all. The clash begins. Dia Kamal against Avya MS. Battle mode activated. Dia Kamal and Avya MS engaged. The challenge accepted. Dia Kamal takes on Avya MS. 1, love. Nice sequence from Dia Kamal. Dia Kamal, on a little run here. 2, love. Dia Kamal building nicely, with consecutive points. 3, love. Dia Kamal turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Unstoppable, run by Dia Kamal, points. 1, 3. The drive continues. Dia Kamal. Dia Kamal in cruise control. 2, 3. Avya MS building nicely, with consecutive points. 4, 2. Dia Kamal rampaging. Dia Kamal really heating up. Dia Kamal turning up the pressure. 3, 4. The force is Avya MS. Avia MS showing power. 5, 3. Pure momentum Avia MS. 4, 5. The momentum monster. Avia MS. Pure class from Avia MS. 5 all. Avia MX 5. Nice sequence from Avia MS. Avia MS on a little run here. 6, 5. Avia MS in the zone, absolutely flying. Avia MS dominant. 7, 5. Dia Kamal clicking into gear. Dia Kamal springing points together. 6, 7. Avia MS rolling down. Avia MS. The rhythm is with Dia Kamal. Can anyone stop Dia Kamal now? The Force Awakens. Dia Kamal. 10, 6. Dia Kamal stringing points together. Dia Kamal clicking into gear. 11, 6. Nice sequence from Dia Kamal. Dia Kamal gathering steam. Nice sequence from Dia Kamal. 12, 6. Dia Kamal surging ahead, with straight points. What a streak. Dia Kamal, with consecutive. 13, 6. Points unanswered. Dia Kamal dominating. Outstanding run. Dia Kamal, with straight points. 14, 6. Dia Kamal in Dreamland. Consecutive. 7, 14. Dia Kamal, on fire. Dia Kamal pressing advantage. 8, 14. Good run for Atya MS. The momentum monster. Dear Kamal. Dear Kamal dominating the rallies now. Dear Kamal in beast mode. Dear Kamal in top gear. Match 1. Next match on court number 4, Jivakanantharman and Karunagappally versus Karunagappally M and Mohammad Yasin Kalinari Dhoni. love all. The moment arrives. Jivik Anantharman, and Pranavnitin and Arnav Avinash M, and the ultimate test. Jivik Anantharman, and Pranavnitin and Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti. 1-all. The Warriors clash. Jivik Anantharman, and Pranavnitin and Arnav Avinash M, and Destiny Calls. Jivik Anantharman, and Pranavnitin and Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thal. The atmosphere electric. Pure movement fluid. 3-1. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti building nicely, with consecutive points. 4-1. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti finding consistency now. Consecutive points for Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti. 5-1. What a streak. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti, with consecutive. Unstoppable, run by Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti, points. 2-5. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti, takes an early lead in this set. 6-2. Early foundation. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti solid. 7-2. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti stringing points together. Consecutive points for Arnav Avinash M, and Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti gathering steam. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti, on a little run here. 4-8. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti in overdrive. The force is Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti. 9-4. Momentum shift to Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti pulling ahead. 10-4. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti finding consistency now. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti getting into a rhythm. 11-4. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti, on a little run here. 12-4. That's in a row. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti, on fire. Arnav Avinash M, and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dhoti surging ahead, with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. Points 5-12. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti, unstoppable at the moment. Relentless from Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. 13-5. The push from Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. 14-5. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti clicking into gear. 6-14. Can anyone stop Arnav? The momentum has swung towards Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. 15-6. Arnav Avinash M. and Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti taking charge of this match. The push from Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. Pure control from Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. Everything going Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti way right now. The drive from Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti rampaging. Can anyone stop Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti now? Love all. The competition heats up. Jivik Anantarman and Karunagappally and Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Jivik Anantarman and Karunagappally finding consistency now. 1-all. The drama unfolds. Top level play. Brilliant, effort maximum. 2-1. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti finding consistency now. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti stringing points together. 2-all. Jivik Anantarman and Karunagappally dominating the rallies now. Jivik Anantarman and Karunagappally dominating. Momentum shift to Jivik Anantarman and Karunagappally. 3-2. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti in top gear. 4-2. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti finding consistency now. Good run for Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. 3-4. The drive continues. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti powering forward. 5-3. The surge from Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yassin Thalanari Dhoti dictating play. The energy is Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi. 4, 5. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi, on fire. 6, 4. The wave belongs to Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi rolling now. Everything going Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi S-way right now. 7, 4. Consecutive points for Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi. Good run for Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi clicking into gear. 5, 7. The force of Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi. Arnav Avinash M. and Mohammad Yasin Thalanari Dodi surging ahead. 6, 7. Consecutive points for Jivakanand Karman and Pranav Nitin. Next match on court number 4, Arab B and Ritik S versus CR Devashiva and CR Devasurya. love all. Tornado touches down. R B, and, Ridik S versus CR Devashava, and we're off. R B, and, Ridik S against CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya. CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya springing points together. 3, love. CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya finding consistency now. CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya springing points together. 1, 3. Everything going CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya S way right now. 4, 1. Quick lead for CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya. Early execution. CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya perfect. 2, 4. CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya playing, with confidence. 3, 4. RB, and, Ridik S clicking into gear. 4 all. RB, and, Ridik S springing points together. 5, 4. The rhythm is, with RB, and, Ridik S. RB, and, Ridik S in winning mode. 5 all. Crush chicken, RB, and, Ridik S. Pure class from RB, and, Ridik S. 6, 5. RB, and, Ridik S powering forward. 6 all. RB, and, Ridik S taking flight. 7, 6. CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya fully engaged. Full power CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya. 7 all. RB, and, Ridik S lighting it up. RB, and, Ridik S destroying. Nine, 7. RB, and, Ridik S building nicely, with consecutive points. RB, and, Ridik S finding consistency now. 10, 7. 8, 9. RB, and, Ridik S pressing advantage. 9 all. CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya, on a little run here. Consecutive points for CR Devashava, and, CR Devasurya. 10, 9. Gaining steam. RB, and, Ridik S. RB, and, Riddick taking charge of this match. 10 all. Fantastic rally by rally action here. 11-10. The battle rages on. On a knife edge. What? Incredible tension. 12-10. RFB and Riddick on a little run here. RFB and Riddick getting into a rhythm. 11-12. The scores locked together. 13-11. Evenly matched. Both players giving their all. 14-11. Consecutive points for RFB and Riddick. RFB and Riddick gathering steam. 12-14. The scores locked together. 15-12. The wave crashes. Love all. The showdown begins. RFB and Riddick against CR Davishava and C1 Love. Nice sequence from RFB and Riddick. 1 all. Pure partnership bonded. The crowd roars. 2-1. RFB and Riddick in top gear. The surge continues. RFB and Riddick. 3-1. RFB and Riddick clicking into gear. Consecutive points for RFB and Riddick. 4-1. RFB and Riddick getting into a rhythm. 5-1. RFB and Riddick surging ahead with straight points. 2-5. RFB and Riddick planting the flag early. RFB and Riddick gaining traction from start. 6-2. Brilliant start by RFB and Riddick looking dangerous. Early statement of intent. RFB and Riddick clear. 3-6. Early aggression. RFB and Riddick fearless. Early demonstration. RFB and Riddick convincing. 7-3. RFB and Riddick showing their cards early. blazing early. What a start. 4, 7. Are up B, and, with a pass in the driver's seat already. Early verification. Are up B, and, Riddick authentic. Are up B, and, Riddick validating the height now. Nine, 4. The momentum builds. Are up B, and, Riddick The force multiplies. Are up B, and, Riddick 5, 9. CR Davishava, and, CR Davisurya owning this. Absolutely dominant. CR Davishava, and, CR Davisurya. 10, 5. The momentum has swung towards RFB, and, Riddick Relentless from RFB, and, Riddick 11, 5. Good run for RFB, and, Riddick RFB, and, Riddick stringing points together. RFB, and, Riddick building nicely, with consecutive points. 6, 11. RFB, and, Riddick has found another gear. 7, 11. CR Davishava, and, CR Davisurya clicking into gear. Nice sequence from CR Davishava, and, CR Davisurya. CR Davishava, and, CR Davisurya building nicely, with consecutive points. 12, 7. RFB, and, Riddick in the zone, absolutely flying. RFB, and, Riddick in command mode. 13, 7. Good run for RFB, and, Riddick 8, 13. The momentum is all, with CR Davishava, and, CR Davisurya. CR Davishava, and, CR Davisurya dominating the rallies now. 14, 8. The momentum monster. RFB, and, Riddick Energy shift. RFB, and, Riddick The wave crashes. RFB, and, Riddick RFB, and, Riddick taking charge of this match. 15, 8. RFB, and, Riddick clicking into gear. RFB, and Rydikas building nicely, with consecutive points. Nice sequence from RFB, and Rydikas. RFB, and match. Next match on court number 4, RHSA, Chijmer versus Nihal Savish and Chibarunjan. Love all. Tension rising. Arish S. and Shinajner and Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan here. Energy electric. Arish S. and Shinajner and Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan begin. The apex awaits. Arish S. and Shinajner against Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. Exhilarating moments constant. Pure movement fluid. 3, 1. Orange S. and Shinajner on a little run here. Orange S. and Shinajner clicking into gear. Orange S. and Shinajner building nicely with consecutive points. Arish S. and Shinajner getting into a rhythm. 5, 1. Arish S. and Shinajner turning the tide with consecutive winners. Points unanswered. Arish S. and Shinajner dominating. 2, 5. Early pressure from Arish S. and Shinajner. Arish S. and Shinajner assuming control from start. 3, 5. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan building nicely with consecutive points. 6, 3. Arish S. and Shinajner showing their teeth early. 4, 6. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan asserting dominance. 5, 6. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan building nicely with consecutive points. Good run for Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 7, 5. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan running away. Good run for Arish S. and Shinajner. Consecutive points for Arish S. and Shinajner. The momentum builds. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 7, 9. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan finding consistency now. 10, 7. Arish S. and Shinajnair playing with confidence. The push from Arish S. and Shinajnair. 11-7. Arish S. and Shinajnair finding consistency now. 8-11. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan seizing control of the set. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan lighting it up. 12-8. Arish S. and Shinajnair seizing control of the set. 13-8. Arish S. and Shinajnair clicking into gear. 14-8. Consecutive points for Arish S. and Shinajnair. 15-8. Next in a row. Arish S. and Shinajnair on fire. What a streak. Arish S. and Shinajnair surging ahead, with straight points. Love all. The storm breaks. Arish S. and Shinajnair and Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan, loud. The showdown begins. Arish S. and Shinajnair against Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. Arish S. and Shinajnair finding consistency now. 1-all. Premium Badminton. Remarkable character strong. 2-1. Good run for Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 3-1. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan getting into a rhythm. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan gathering steam. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan on the charge. 4-2. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan finding form. The wave crashes. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 5-2. Good run for Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan getting into a rhythm. 6-2. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 3-6. Early energy from Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 7-3. First message sent. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan received. 9, 3. Good run for Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan Gavringstein. 10, 3. Good run for Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 11, 3. Points unanswered. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan dominating. What a streak. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan with consecutive. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan taking flight. 12, 4. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan destroying. 5, 12. Energy shift. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. The drive from Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan in overdrive. 13, 5. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan rolling now. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan has found another gear. 6, 13. The force of Arish S and Shidijnair. 14, 6. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. The momentum has swung towards Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. 7, 14. Arish S and Shidijnair dominant. Arish S and Shidijnair on fire. 15, 7. The tide has turned. Nihal Sabish and Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan dictating play. Energy shift. Nihal Sabish and Shivaranjan. Love all. Phenomenal play. 1, love. Arish S and Shidijnair finding consistency now. Arish S and Shidijnair building nicely with consecutive points. 2, love. Arish S and Shidijnair Gavringstein. Arish S and Shidijnair clicking into gear. 1, 2. Arish S and Shidijnair in command mode. The rhythm is with Arish S and Shidijnair. 3, 1. Gaining scheme. Orange S, and Nair. 2. 3. Pure control from Orange S, and Nair. 4. 2. Orange S, and Nair has found another gear. The force of Orange S, and Nair. 3. 4. Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan taking over. Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan taking charge of this match. For all. Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan, on a little run here. 5. 4. The momentum is all, with Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan. Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan in winning mode. The wave crashes. Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan. 6. 4. Good run for Orange S, and Nair. 5. 6. Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan rolling net. 7. 5. Orange S, and Nair taking charge of this match. Full power Orange S, and Nair. 6. 7. Orange S, and Nair finding form. The force awakens. Orange S, and Nair. 7. 8. With run from nice sequence from Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan. 9. 7. Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan really heating up. 10. 7. Orange S, and Nair stringing points together. Consecutive points for Orange S, and Nair. 11. 7. Orange S, and Nair stringing points together. Orange S, and Nair gathering scheme. 8. 11. The rhythm is, with Orange S, and Nair. 9. 11. Nice sequence from Nihal Sabish, and Shivaranjan. 12. 9. The force awakens. Orange S, and Nair. Pure control from Orange S, and Shidajnair. 10, 12. Momentum shifts. Arish S. and Shidajnair takes the lead. Twist in the tail. Arish S. and Shidajnair ahead. Back and forth we go. Neither player giving up. Lead swings to Arish S. and Shidajnair. This is thrilling. Arish S. and Shidajnair edges ahead in a seesaw battle. 11, 12. Nihal Savish and Shivaranjan stringing points together. Nihal Savish and Shivaranjan gathering steam. 13, 11. The lead changes hands. What a contest! Arish S. and Shidajnair edges ahead in a seesaw battle. Lead swings to Arish S. and Shidajnair. This is thrilling. 14, 11. Arish S. and Shidajnair clicking into gear. 12, 14. Here we go again. Arish S. and Shidajnair takes over. Momentum shifts. Arish S. and Shidajnair takes the lead. 13, 14. Nihal Savish and Shivaranjan gathering steam. Nice sequence from Nihal Savish and Shivaranjan. 15, 13. The lead changes hands. What a contest! Arish S. and Shidajnair edges in front. This is incredible. The pendulum swings. Arish S. and Shidajnair in the lead. Next match on court number 4, Muhammad Kazan KP and Svagath Rs 3 and 4 versus Vishvinod Munidan and Madhav Beninath. The arena is electric. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and the trigger pull. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and the Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf engaged. The spectacle begins. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and against the Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf. Pandemonium. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and the Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf. The chaos. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and versus the Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf beautiful. Infinity beckons. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and facing the Shvinod Univan, and Maga magnificent, magic. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and versus the Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf yes. The crescendo. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and versus the Shvinod Univan, and good run for Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and 3, love. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and on a little run here. Consecutive points for Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and getting into a rhythm. 1, 3. Full steam Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and 2, 3. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf gathering steam. 3 all. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf stringing points together. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf getting into a rhythm. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf gathering steam. 4, 3. The rhythm is, with Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf. The surge from Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf. 4 all. The force multiplies. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf has found another gear. 5, 4. 4 all. 5, 4. Good run for Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and stringing points together. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and gathering steam. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and on a little run here. 5, 6. Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and stepping up the intensity. 6 all. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf clicking into gear. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf finding consistency now. Div Shvinod Univan, and Maga Beninaf getting into a rhythm. 7, 6. Pure momentum Muhammad Kazim KP, and Swagat Ars, and Pure class from Muhammad Kazan KP, and Spargatars, and 7 all. With Vinod Unigan, and Maha Vinanath taking charge of this match. Full power to Vinod Unigan, and Maha Vinanath. Vinod Univan, and Maga Venanath in top gear. 10, 8. Good run for Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and getting into a rhythm. 11, 8. Good run for Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and on a little run here. 9. Relentless from Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and 12, 9. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and on a roll, finding their rhythm. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and pressing advantage. The surge is real. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and in cruise control. 13, 9. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and flipping into gear. 10, 14. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and on fire. The energy flows. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagatars, and 11, 13. Vinod Univan, and Maga Venanath, on a little run here. Vinod Univan, and Maga Venanath getting into a rhythm. Nice sequence from Vinod Univan, and Maga Venanath. Vinod Univan, and Maga Venanath gathering steam. Consecutive points for Vinod Univan, and Maga Venanath. 14, 11. The rally continues. (15, 11). Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Gathering Scheme. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Flicking into Gear. Nice sequence from Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Finding Consistency Now. Nice sequence from Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Gathering Scheme. Love all. Brilliance expected. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and versus Vinod Munigan, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and building nicely, with consecutive points. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Flicking into Gear. 1-all. Brilliant, composure ice cold. Phenomenal, athleticism. 2-1. Absolutely dominant. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and taking command. 3-1. Consecutive points for Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and brilliant points together. 4-1. And Svagathars, and building nicely, with consecutive relentless from Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and taking charge of this match. 5-2. Early Inferno. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Blazing. First contact. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Explosive. Quick points for Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and 6-2. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Gathering Scheme. 3-6. Early Precision. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Surgical. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and building confidence. Early Communication. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and effective. Early energy from Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and early revelation. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and stunning. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and sending a message early. First safety. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and securing. Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and showing their teeth early. First blood to Muhammad Kazan KP, and Svagathars, and Univan, and Maga Veninaf gathering steam. Divshvino Univan, and Maga Veninaf finding consistency. Divshvino Univan, and Maga Veninaf clicking into gear. 9, 5. Total control. Divshvino Univan, and Maga Veninaf. Divshvino Univan, and Maga Veninaf, on a mission. 10, 5. Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and building nicely, with consecutive points. Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and gathering steam. 11, 5. Nice sequence from Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and consecutive points for Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and 12, 5. Unstoppable, run by Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and points. 6, 12. Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and unstoppable. 15, 6. Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and powering forward. Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and taking over completely. Full throttle Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and Muhammad is in KP, Spagat Ars, and flipping into gear. 7, 14. Energy shift. Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and momentum is off, with Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and 15, 7. The drive continues. Muhammad is in KP, and Spagat Ars, and match. Next match on court number 4, Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair versus Anadiag S and Karunagappally. love all. Battle stations. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair against Adityag S, and The Challenge Unleashed. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair and Adityag S, and Vinayak P. Vortex spinning. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair facing Adityag S, and Vinayak P. Nice sequence from Adityag S, and Vinayak P. 1, 2. Spectacular, play. Three, 1. The momentum is all, with Adityag S, and Vinayak P. Adityag S, and Vinayak P accelerating. Adityag S, and Vinayak P on a roll, finding their rhythm. 2, 3. The drive from Adityag S, and Vinayak P. 4, 2. The force is Adityag S, and Vinayak P. Adityag S, and Vinayak P building momentum now. 3, 4. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair powering forward. 4 all. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair building nicely, with consecutive points. 5, 4. The tide has turned. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair in command. The energy shift is palpable. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair surging. Nice sequence from Adityag S, and Vinayak P. 5, 6. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair in overdrive. 6 all. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair building nicely, with consecutive points. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair getting into a rhythm. 7, 6. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair stringing points together. Good run for Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair. 7 all. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair in top gear. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair pulling ahead. Nine, 7. Adityag S, and Vinayak P clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Adityag S, and Vinayak P. 10, 7. Adityag S, and Vinayak P on a little run here. 8, 10. Adityag S, and Vinayak P asserting dominance. 9, 10. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair finding consistency now. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair gathering steam. 11, 9. Anadyagas and Vinayak P turning up the pressure. Momentum shift to Anadyagas and Vinayak P. 12, 9. Anadyagas and Vinayak P finding consistency now. 13, 9. Consecutive points for Anadyagas and Vinayak P. 10, 13. Anadyagas and Vinayak P seizing control of this set. Anadyagas and Vinayak P turning up the pressure. Wave after wave from Anadyagas and Vinayak P. 14, 10. The rhythm is, with Anadyagas and Vinayak P. Anadyagas and Vinayak P in control now. 11, 14. Rushing Anadyagas and Vinayak P. 12, 14. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair on a little run here. 15, 12. The force multiplies. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair. Love all. The P. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair against Anadyagas and Vinayak P. Let's go. Greatness awaits. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair facing Anadyagas and Vinayak P. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair building nicely, with consecutive points. 1 all. Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair on the charge. The drive from Ayam Jain and Arnav Sandeep Nair. 2, 1. Anadyagas and Vinayak P getting into a rhythm. 3, 1. Anadyagas and Vinayak P's breaking points together. Points unanswered. Anadyagas and Vinayak P dominating. Anadyagas and Vinayak P turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 2, 4. Anadyagas and Vinayak P playing with confidence. 5, 2. Anadyagas and Vinayak P striking first. 3, 5. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P on fire. Pure momentum Anadiagas, and Vinayak P. 4, 5. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair getting into a rhythm. 6, 4. The wave belongs to Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair. 7, 5. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair pulling ahead. Six, 8. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P building nicely, with consecutive points. Nice sequence from Anadiagas, and Vinayak P. 9, 6. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P finding consistency now. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P on a little run here. 10, 6. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 7, 10. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P running away. The tempo belongs to Anadiagas, and Vinayak P. 8, 10. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair springing points together. 9, 10. Good run for Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair. 11, 9. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair stepping up the intensity. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair dominating. Ten, 11. Point for point. What an intense battle. On a knife edge. What incredible tension. 11 all. Ayam Jain, and Arnav Sandeep Nair getting into a rhythm. 12, 11. Phenomenal competition. They're locked in combat. Neither gives anything away. 13, 11. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P gathering steam. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P building nicely, with consecutive points. 14, 11. Anadiagas, and Vinayak P flicking into gear. Consecutive points for Anidiag S and Vinayak P. 15, 11. That's in a row. Anidiag S and Vinayak P on fire. Points unanswered. Anidiag S and Vinayak P dominating. Match 1.